Please, just make sure. Yeah. Do you want to go to? Yeah, that we know. I'm sorry? Sure. And obviously, like, so thank you for being here.
Hey,
Oh my
hey,
friend.
congratulations. I heard you have big, that's why I have to go.
Thank
Because
you.
I say now,
Thank you.
I told my children, I asked them, you like to come to Nashville? You like to in America? Now they are doctors, lawyers,
Lawyers,
everything.
that's right, business owners.
First, you are congratulated. And who the one and on the Vietnamese Yes.
Exactly. You see, we got something.
Hi, Joe Montana. Hey, Joe Scott Busby. I'm in the States.
Okay.
Còn bây giờ sao biết lên trên?
Dạ xe buýt sắp sửa tới, sắp sửa hướng dạ tôi hướng dẫn cho mấy anh em đi xe đợi xe nhập áo ngoài.
Đấy.
Đây là dành cho anh.
gentlemen, good morning. I warmly welcome you all to the session of the Vietnam Human Rights Day. Let me explain to all our supporters to make it happen. I'm most grateful to you all for making a strong commitment to be here and share your rich experience in this conference. 2014 marks the 20th anniversary of the Vietnam Human Rights Day. Since 1994, this event has played a critical role in identifying serious regulations and making important statements on human rights in Vietnam. We're gratified to see the high level of professional and governmental participation at this event, which underscore the great importance everyone attached to promote and protect human rights of the people of Vietnam, in Asia, and throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, while various review note the wide oppression of democracy voice still existing, with no sanction in sight from the international community, Vietnam is now confronting Red China, deploying a giant oil rig in the Paseo Island water, historically belonging to Vietnam. This incident is considered by many as a new Chinese encroachment onto the territorial waters of another country. We strongly urge the U.S. and the United Nations to join efforts condemning China's aggression, but not forgetting to impose as soon as possible new sanction law against Vietnam for any human rights violation. Working together is also the best way to make the people in Vietnam safer. It is my distinct honor and great privilege to speak to you today on behalf of the Vietnamese American community of Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many have worked very hard to make this day happen. One of the directors of organizing committee, we would like to welcome Dr. Hieu Do.
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, today is a special day. This is a special day. It is my personal honor, privilege to introduce a champion of human rights and a great friend of the Vietnamese American community. She is the author of the history and the Joint Resolution 168 that designated May 11th as Vietnam Human Rights Day. Without her perseverance, establishment also years ago, we would not have a day like today, celebrating not the first, but the 20th commemoration of the Vietnam Human Rights Day. All here on top of you. It's been a long uphill road, and the city has been with us from the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, please join me in welcoming former Congresswoman Leslie Good.
Yes.
You know, I watched these slides as we've been waiting to start, and I watched myself grow older. 20 years. When we started this, none of us thought that human rights was going to be an easy task. And it hasn't been. But we have seen little cracks of daylight to make human rights better. Not enough, not fast enough. We must use those tools that we have, like trade agreements. We should not just hand over a trade agreement without a firm commitment on human rights in Vietnam. So as we celebrate these 20 years, and yes, I've seen marriages that haven't lasted as long, we have to recognize that if it takes another 20 years, we may not be here, but our children will be here. Because human rights will prevail. It is the natural order of things that people be free to have their own thoughts and to be in charge of themselves. That's basic human rights. And we will continue this fight for as long as it takes, and I will be at your side for as long as I'm here. Thank you.
It is my honor to introduce to you our next speaker, Deputy Assistant Secretary Scott Bussey, serves in the Bureau of Democracy for Human Rights and Labor at the U.S. State Department. He oversees the Bureau's work in Asia and the Pacific as well as on multilateral and global issues, including LGBT rights, internet freedom, and business and human rights. Soon after assuming his post, he visited Vietnam to meet with the dissidents and was very impressed by their courage and inspired by their work. Since then, he has intensively intervened for the release of imprisoned dissidents in Vietnam and has been instrumental. He has been instrumental in the release of 5 prominent dissidents. He will continue to work until all political prisoners are released. Please join me in welcoming the Deputy Assistant Secretary Scott Bussey.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. I think you give me more credit for the improvements in Vietnam than I deserve. But I'm very honored and privileged to work on these issues and to be here today to share my thoughts with you. Thank you for inviting me, and it's an honor to participate today in the 20th anniversary of Vietnam Human Rights Day. First of all, I'd like to thank Senator Tom Warner for hosting this important event. Thank you to others for your leadership on these issues. I look forward to continuing to work with our colleagues here in the Senate and in the House of Representatives to champion respect for freedom and dignity in Vietnam and around the world. I'm very pleased to see representatives from the Vietnamese community from throughout the United States and from Canada as well, who champion human rights and democracy in Vietnam. I would like to offer a special word of thanks to Dr. Quan Nguyen. I'm not sure where he is. He is a partner. As soon as I took my job, Dr. Quan called me up and said, Scott, I want to talk to you. I want you to come to He's been a wonderful guide on these issues. I also want to thank Mr. Dong Hu Dinh for organizing today's commemoration. Promoting human rights in Vietnam has always been a bipartisan issue, and I'm pleased that this tradition continues. This commemoration comes at a very important time in our relationship with Vietnam. The bilateral relationship is growing, and as President Obama and Secretary of State John Kerry have underscored, human rights is an integral component of that relationship. In fact, on Monday, we will be hosting here in Washington a delegation of senior officials from Vietnam for our annual U.S.-Vietnam Human Rights Dialogue. During this two-day event, we will continue to emphasize the need for progress on a number of fronts, many of which have been alluded to already this morning. Those issues include greater respect for freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of religion, all of which are rights and freedoms that we enjoy here in the United States, but on which there continues to be a real need for progress in Vietnam. Before I talk about those ongoing issues, I want to acknowledge some of the steps that Vietnam has taken in recent months on these issues. In the year since you gathered for this celebration, we have seen some significant high-profile releases, including Dr. Wu, who is now with us in the Washington, D.C. area, Mr. Nguyen Vu Cao, Mr. Nguyen Tien Tong. All of those folks have been released in the past several months. Vietnam has also signed the Convention Against Torture. It's now time to ratify and, most importantly, implement that convention. It's increased its engagement with international NGOs, including by inviting Amnesty International and we hope Human Rights Watch in the near future, UN Special Rapporteurs, and increasing the number of church registrations of Protestant congregations. We welcome these steps. These are some of the signs of daylight that former Congresswoman Byrne referred to. Nevertheless, they fall short of the type of progress we would like to see from a country that is increasingly a regional leader and a U.S. partner. Vietnam today is a vibrant place, and its people, and particularly those advocating for change, are tremendously courageous. I have visited Vietnam twice last year in my current role, and I have come away each time from those visits inspired by the commitment to making Vietnam a better society that I have personally observed in so many people there. Those trips have given me the opportunity to meet with former political prisoners, bloggers, civil society activists, and family members of currently imprisoned political prisoners. I have also had the privilege of meeting here in Washington with activists and family members who have been willing and able to make the journey from Vietnam to the United States to share their stories with me and with many people in Congress and with the American people. Others would, of course, join them, but are prevented from doing so by the government of Vietnam, a practice we condemn. We remain concerned about the recent trend of not allowing activists, such as Pham Chi Dung, to travel outside Vietnam. Despite the restrictions they face, the harassment they risk upon return, and the dangers involved with carrying on their daily work, they continue to bravely carry the torch in the hope that someday their country will be a freer, more open place to live. I know that this is a desire that we all share in solidarity with the people of Vietnam. That is why we are here today, and that is why we will continue to press for reform in the ways that we can from where we sit. During our conversations on Monday with the Vietnamese government, we will ask for demonstrable progress in a number of areas. We will ask for reform of national security legislation that is used to lock up those who merely seek to peacefully express their views. People like Liu Kai, Mr. Dinh Nguyen Khai, Nguyen Thu Vinh, and Nguyen Thi Minh Thuy, who were recently arrested for posting online articles critical of government. We will ask for greater respect for rule of law, so that individuals like Huy Thi Minh Han are no longer detained for more than a month without access to legal counsel. We will ask for citizens to be able to freely and without fear access the internet, exchange news, read independent information, and communicate with those outside Vietnam's borders. also important to Vietnam's development as a modern, stable, prosperous country is respect for the rights of vulnerable peoples. We will ask for greater respect of the freedom to worship as people choose, without having to ask for permission from the government. We will work with the government to advance the rights of persons with disabilities, to ensure their inclusion in all aspects of society, as a follow-up to last month's visit by our Special Advisor for International Disability Rights, Judith Hewitt. And we will ask for greater respect for internationally recognized labor rights, because this is a key democracy and human rights issue, the underpinning of any stable and prosperous economy, and also because it is front and center in discussions about Vietnam's inclusion in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The ability of workers to freely associate, to elect leaders who will represent their interests, and to bargain collectively will all be part of the high standards of that agreement. Stronger respect for and enforcement of the rule of law will help eliminate forced labor and the worst forms of child labor and ensure safe and humane working conditions. The TPP and free trade more generally can raise and broaden Vietnam's growth and development, an outcome that is in both of our interests. These are the broad themes we will emphasize during our upcoming dialogue next week with the Vietnamese government and in all of our discussions with them. In closing, let me emphasize that our concern about Vietnam's poor human rights record touches every aspect of our relationship. Without progress on human rights, there are limits to the level of development Vietnam can achieve. And how far our bilateral relationship can expand. This has been a consistent part of our policy towards Vietnam, and it will continue to be so, because the people of Vietnam deserve that much. Again, thank you for holding this event. Focus attention on the human rights situation in Vietnam and for inviting me to participate. My colleagues and I look forward to working together with all of you in the hope that next year we will see Vietnam take further significant positive steps.
It is my honor to introduce to you our next guest speaker, Mr. Luke Alvey. He's a veteran democratic professional and operator who currently serves as Chief of Staff of Senator Mark Warner of Virginia.
One rule when you work for a United States Senator, politicians give long speeches, staffers give short speeches.
Great.
I talked to Senator Warner, who was unfortunate to be here this morning, and he shouted into the phone from another part of Virginia, remind them I've been with them every step of the way. I said, I don't think one comment about the room we were able to secure this event. This committee room really is American history in the 20th century. This was the room where hearings on the Titanic was sinking. Titanic. This is the room where when they were ferreting out problems with the teapot domes. This was the room after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. This is the room that the Army of McCarthy. This was the room that so many of the Watergate. This was the room that the impeachment trials of Richard Nixon. So I think it's fitting that today this room is really your room. And what Senator Warner and I talk about is that human rights violations thrive in the darkness. And only when you shine a bright light on human rights violations around the world do they really have a chance of eradicating. So thank you all for coming here today. We really, really appreciate it, and we're really honored to be here and to be part of this.
Mr. Joe Montana, Regional Director for
Thank you very much.
Previously served as the National Vice Chair of the Filipino Civil Rights Advocates and the Executive Director of the National Confederation of Filipino American Associations, where he worked primarily on civil rights, veteran equity, and immigration advocacy. Please welcome Mr. Joe.
Thank you so much for inviting my boss, Senator Tim Kaine. Fortunately, he was not able to attend and share this day with you, but I hold the pleasure of being able to speak on his behalf. Senator Kaine has a great commitment to human rights and religious freedom, not just in this country, but around the world. I am here to just say that his office, me, and the Senator himself, we have many friends in the community, especially here in Virginia, and that we hope to always be available. I know that some of you from Virginia have come in to visit on a number of occasions in our offices here in D.C. I know that the Senator, when he's out in the community, I think he's been to the Eden Center in Falls Church maybe 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years. So he is always available. I am always available. And I just want to say that as someone who has grown up in a sister community, Filipino American community, who has faced issues similar to yours, that I am always heartened when I see a community across the generations, across this country, engage their elected officials. I give so much praise to my friend, Congresswoman Leslie Byrne. She's a great champion. She's a great role model. So with that said, I have a friend in Senator Tim Kaine, and please never hesitate on reaching out to our office or to the Senator himself. Thank you, and thanks to the Vietnam Human Rights Network for hosting this, and Dr. Phan for inviting me to speak. So with that, have a wonderful day, and let's celebrate Human Rights Day in Vietnam, not just on this day, but every single day of the year. Thank you.
The article titled The Very First Vietnamese Canadian Senator of Canada. He graduated from the prestigious University of Paris Boston and the University of Ottawa. Senator Ngol rose to serve as Assistant Judge for Ottawa. For many years, Senator Ngol has been a champion of freedom, democracy, and he is a strong advocate against communist oppression. Senator Ngol was the co-founder of the International Committee for Free Vietnam and a past president of the widely known and active Nguyen Xuan Thu Alliance for Democracy in Vietnam. Senator Ngol has nominated Dr. Nguyen Van Huy for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2000. Please welcome the Honorable Senator
Thank you for the introduction. Dear members of the Congress, representative of the White House, State Department, international human rights organizations, leaders of the Vietnamese delegations, and as well as the religious organizations here in Washington, D.C. My dear friends, it is truly an honor speaking at the 20th commemoration of Vietnam Human Rights Day. I am truly moved to see politicians, foreign delegations, and delegations representing the Vietnamese American communities from across all the U.S., as well as the Vietnamese delegation from Canada, France, and Australia. For too many of us, the scars still remain deeply embedded in our memories since the fall of Saigon in 1975. We are again reminded that even though we have made significant gains in promotion, development, and protecting of human rights since the advent of democracy, we still have to do more to ensure that human rights, human dignity, equality, and freedom is permanently entrenched in the lives of the Vietnamese people. On this day, we are called upon to remember what we have been through and what we fight for. Today, we join our voices for those in Vietnam who are not allowed to speak their mind, and essay in how they are governed. To this day, human rights in Vietnam has deteriorated significantly. And as we all know, this year alone marked an intensified crackdown on religious freedom, fundamental human rights, and the rule of law. The Communist Party of Vietnam continued its one-party reign and maintained its political monopoly by limiting freedom of speech, by restricting freedom of association, by harassing the religious freedom of faith practitioners, and by keeping the judiciary on the tight, corrupt leash. Vietnam increased its crackdown on human rights by maintaining its rule through fear of imprisonment, fear of torture, fear of death, fear of losing friends, family, property, fear of poverty, and fear of isolation. We fight for the right to live out their lives without fear. It is our role to remind Vietnam that it cannot enjoy sustainable development without respecting basic human rights of its people. We need to prioritize human rights improvement as a condition for improved relations with Vietnam. We should do so by setting clear human rights benchmark for Vietnam in exchange for new trade and security benefits. Which is why I respect Congressman Ed Royce for his Vietnam Human Rights Sanction Act, a bill to impose sanctions on Vietnamese government officials who are complicit in human rights abuses committed against the people of Vietnam. By laying forth such fundamental conditions for democratic law govern Vietnam, we have taken a step forward in placing the current dictatorial one-party rule of the Communist Party of Vietnam. Democratic states cannot risk weakening their commitment and engagement in this request for freedom and democracy, or we would risk leaving the field free to tyrants. We call the shot. That would be a betrayal to those who are or might one day be the target of oppression and violence. I believe the study of commemoration of Vietnam Human Rights Days provide us with a very important opportunity time encouraged us to speak out against human rights violations whenever they occur, to coordinate and support the work of a range of different bodies, and to utilize our combined weight to support the human rights in Vietnam. It is truly inspiring to see such and those that are just like my father in Canada, his house, he said, I've been engaged in Vietnam from the center. In our relationship, we will always be not only for the progress of prosperity, but also for freedom, democracy, and human rights for the people. I would like to finish by expressing gratitude for my commitment to this event, and to still thank those who do the commitment to this one and whether they are organizing this event. And I would like also to give a special thanks to Senator McCoy for hosting this. Thank you.
It is my honor to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Lily Liu, President of Radio Free Asia, a private non-profit media company funded by the U.S. Congress through a grant by the Broadcasting Board of Governors. RFA acts as free press in countries without immediate free press. Please welcome Ms. Liu. Just the last 2 weeks, we got someone who was water sharing and individual papers on a courageous trip to the U.S. And that was the reference, 3 of them have been fired. Since the day they landed, they have been attacked. Day after day by the state of New York. The People's Own newspaper, the headline reads, "These people are unqualified to talk about the custody of Vietnam and Indian bloggers." While they were here, they faced those of Congress, those on behalf of the representatives, members of state department officials, acknowledged these right efforts and endeavors, and able to help them commemorate World Press Freedom Day from the inside view. As a privilege to stand in my account, several times we have to use the thank yous to many of you that joined us at every meeting during today. I want to tell you a few things that have been said, because I think that you'll probably really join value. Moon Free, a blogger and poet who writes about social injustice in Vietnam, told us, at a time when leaders become bored with the wrongful reporting that social media is still in their language. Blogging becomes a challenger to city people, forcing them to change the way they write their conversations. Tel Wong, a former teacher and contributor to the state-owned newspaper who now blogs about injustices against Vietnam's Catholic community, said no newspaper will really touch on big national issues. Over time, many people in Vietnam have lost leadership and the conscience have awakened. Nguyen Thi Thanh Chi, a former movie star who also starred in Communist Party propaganda, who now shares her dissenting views on social media and has millions of followers, because her greatest fear is for her family. I'm not afraid for myself because I'm prepared for that already. But what I'm afraid of is what will happen to my husband and my children because of this fear. They're able to do to them whatever they want, just as we did to other father's family. They told us personal story after personal story of the horrendous treatment of anybody who can just that. Although there are so brave and so many more joining their ranks every day. The message they brought about the trip is clear. To make progress, we must raise global awareness. Vietnam is a question of free speech and free press. The folks inside Vietnam need friends outside Vietnam to help them lift the banner of the expression on every platform available and everywhere. This is something Dr. Kwong and all of you in this room understand so well. At our day, we hear from people in Vietnam who are hungry for different views and need to change their own lives. They want and deserve more than we can provide. On the airways and online, Vietnam has the highest internet use in Southeast Asia. The Vietnamese authoritarian government knows this is an opportunity for the people and use every possible means they can to stop it because they fear it. Fortunately, their threats, as Maria said earlier, do not deter the brave people in Vietnam. On Wednesday, our day we celebrated because our Vietnamese webpage topped 200,000 uniques from inside Vietnam. We know that last October we had 520,000 visitors from inside Vietnam, and 65% of our YouTube viewers are from inside Vietnam. We can and we are making a difference. The U.S. and the international community have had a clear opportunity and responsibility to improve this situation for the Vietnamese people, especially on the digital media frontier. We can improve this discussion online. Helping courageous netizens like the six who are with us will go back and share with others. Congress can continue to support the increase of development, localization, and distribution of internet freedom tools and users. And Vietnam will be our breakthrough. So let's keep working together, raising awareness, and making a difference. Thank you so much for having me. Our next speaker is Chairman of the Federation of Vietnamese American Communities of USA. Please welcome Mr. Hugh Vinh Go.
It is my honor to be here today to share and today I'm very pleased to see a lot of people over the world. And you know, so let's get a bit of what freedom for and fight freedom. And you know, we can give the idea to the enemy on both sides of the boat. But to the help of the American people, we need to set them up food, and we're going to set them again. So today, I want to say thank you to America and to Canada. Thank you. It's everywhere, from economy, medicine, islands, and but in the heart of all these people, we feel hey, the can see today, you might graduate and look at Vietnam. Where because we hope that in 2 years we will utilize celebration to Vietnam. And lastly, we not only as a part of the country global China, Huawei, to Vietnam, so we free a lot of people have right now. So many people all over the world, it is time to unite, to do something together. We have a lot of friends, American friends, Canadian friends, European friends, they belong for human rights in Vietnam. We have to do the first step, and they will have it. In Vietnam, we have immigration running on that. We have people with their freedom, we from outside now, we have all the freedom. That's because as we have together, and I think we are the spirit that from everybody from overseas. This year, we must get from and the day of Vietnam, we must do fast, and next, in the Friday, I want to do that. Big dialogue, big off, thank you together.
Mr. Winston Wood, representing the Broadcasting Board of the BET encompasses all U.S. civilian international broadcasting, including the Voice America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and Radio Free Asia. Please welcome Mr. Winston Wood.
This question is greatly covered in VOA and in many editorials we the policy office has crafted over the last year. These commentaries cover the ongoing threat that we adopted its figures, political activists, writers, and bloggers. Recent incidents we focused on include implementation of Decree 72, supposed strict controls on the internet, the arrest and trials of political dissidents, and the death of Dean Donnelly, a blogger who was in prison for writing on corruption and environmental. Freedom of religion in general continues to be subject to our offices, as well as the uneven interpretation and protection of seats in Vietnam, particularly provincial or local.
Mr. Harry Wu is the founder of the Lao Dai Research Foundation, an organization opposing systematic abuses of human rights in China, with a focus on the forced labor camps. Please welcome Mr. Harry Wu, founder of Lao Dai Research Foundation.
I'm very happy to be here. Every year in May, whether in the House or in the Senate, so many Vietnamese together. Some of the people come from New York, some of them come from Seattle, some of them come from Texas, California, and represented the different groups. Or I come here by yourself, Vietnamese. That's why I'm very happy, because you, all of you, united. I was unhappy because the meeting only in America. I wish one day the meeting will back to Saigon. Vietnamese is a great nationality. But unfortunately, you know, I'm Chinese. I'm a neighbor. But it was a bad neighbor. We Chinese treating Vietnam. Just last week, Chinese Navy fighting with Vietnamese Navy.
Right.
Oh, I'm very sad about it. But I thought Vietnamese sooner or later will release and will have the Human Rights Day in Vietnam. You see, you can see so many Vietnamese right here, but you cannot find the Chinese visitors and whatever from different groups united in everywhere. But you Vietnamese state. So that's why I'm very proud of it. That's why every year I want to come here to pass over my personal feeling, personal thought, celebrate with you. But I hope one day it's finished, and because all of you are back to Vietnam. Today the situation is much different. But unfortunately, China is still running by the Communist Party. I heard Vietnamese was ruling by the communist systems, but very different in life, different situation. Today, the Vietnamese came back to Vietnam. Some of them can quietly and do the business, whatever. But sooner or later, all the Vietnamese were free back to Vietnam. At that moment, is the Chinese country back to China? I'm very sad about it. But anyway, this is one of the countries I'm very proud of. Thank you.
It is my honor to introduce to you Mr. Grover Joseph Reese. Mr. Reese is a former United States ambassador to the Democratic Republic of East Timor. Mr. Reese is a strong defender of human rights. From 1995 to 2001, he was a staff director and chief counsel on the U.S. House Subcommittee on International Operations and Human Rights. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Grover Joseph Reese.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Dr. Kwong and the other organizers. It's so great to be here. the administration. If everybody in this administration or in any administration would be as determined to promote human rights as Scott Busby is, then I think we'd be doing a lot better in Vietnam and elsewhere. It was mentioned that I used to be the staff director and chief counsel of the Subcommittee on International Operations and Human Rights, headed in those days, as again, by Congressman Chris Smith, who I hope will be with us in a little while. I used to say that my business card in those days translated in most languages in the world as staff director and chief counsel of Subcommittee on Interference in Internal Affairs. And that was very much the case in Hanoi. I've been on all sides of the question of negotiating with tyrannical regimes about human rights and about other things. And it seems as though we have two debates. When it's proposed by the people who are primarily concerned with human rights, when it's proposed that we put human rights first, that we say, okay, you're going to get these trade agreements, and make no mistake, trade agreements between the United States and another country like Vietnam are not just about free trade, they're about subsidized trade. They're about the United States taxpayers through Exim Bank, through OPEC, through the World Bank, through other mechanisms. We pour money into state-owned enterprises and into crony-owned enterprises in places like Vietnam. And it's nothing unusual when we try to cut it. U.S. business says we're shooting ourselves in the foot because France and Germany and other countries are going to do this, and we're just hurting U.S. business. Well, of course, our foreign policy cannot always be just a race to the bottom with France. But I accept those arguments, and I accept that we are going to be giving benefits to these governments. But the pro-human rights side, or the human rights first side, says when we give these benefits, let's get something up front. Let's not pretend that just by being nice and just by having American business people there making a lot of money, that somehow we're going to transform the system. Frankly, we've tried that with China, and we've transformed our system more than we have theirs by creating a China lobby. Because we gave a communist China lobby inside the United States, a strong economic interest in keeping things the way they are. We should be trying with countries like Vietnam and Burma because it's frankly failed. You know, there was a lot of money to be made in Hitler's Germany in the 1930s, and many American businesses did business with Hitler's Germany and made a lot of money. But they had the common decency not to pretend that human rights were just around the corner because they were making a lot of money. And we ought to take a realistic approach on these things. But when the human rights side says, let's get some human rights concessions up first, we don't demand that Vietnam be a democracy overnight. We know they won't do that. But we can at least demand that they not put people in jail just because they believe in democracy, and just because they express that belief, or just because they're more loyal to their faith, God, whether their faith is Buddhism or Lahao Buddhism, Catholicism or Protestantism. You can be one of those things in Vietnam as long as you play by Vietnamese government's rules. But the people who they understand are more loyal to their faith, are more loyal to God than they are to the state. Those are the people who get in trouble. And so when the human rights side says, let's make them stop doing that, then we hear unilateral sanctions don't work. They're just going to hurt the very people we're trying to help. And that's not nonsense. It might be true. I can't prove that it's not true. It doesn't always work. But then we look at other issues. We look at intellectual property, copyright violations. We look at opening the economic markets, opening the financial sector in Vietnam. Now, when the Vietnamese government violates those principles, do the advocates of and straight say, well, we just have to understand they're coming from a different place than we are on intellectual property. They're coming from a different place than we are on financial sector. We just have to play by their rules for a long time, and eventually they'll come around. No, they say we want to threaten economic sanctions. We will not give them a trade agreement unless they agree to these conditions. So all I want to do is have the same debate. Let's have the same, instead of saying unilateral sanctions don't work when it comes to torture, when it comes to political and religious prisoners, but then saying that unilateral sanctions do work when it comes to copyright violations. Let's explain, let's make them explain why they work for copyright violations and not for torture. Now maybe there's a reason. Maybe the Vietnamese government is more attached to torture than it is to copyright violations. That's quite possible. But at least we'll have a more intelligent discussion. And now we're talking about being partners with the Vietnamese government, a trans-Pacific partnership. And it's not going to be just about economics. You can bet that if we form the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and they're a member of it, they are going to regard that and treat that as a badge of honor, as a seal of approval from the United States government. And we should give them that seal of approval and that badge of honor only if and only if they treat their own people with a certain minimum level of decency. From that, we need to take that to others. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to ask the gentleman come up to the podium, please. Mr. Đoàn Hữu Định, President and Chairman of the Vietnamese American Community in Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Dược sĩ Nguyễn Hữu Trinh, đồng chủ tịch, and also from Rallying for Democracy Vietnam Human Rights Network. Dr. Nguyễn Quốc Quân, Mr. Võ Thành Nhân, President of SPTNDC. Lê Nguyễn, one of the directors of Organizing Committee. Now I'm surrounded by all these handsome men. My honor. They are here to present a flag of appreciation to the Honorable Leslie Byrd.
I want to thank you for this lovely token of our friendship, which is what it is. And I also want to thank you for being at my side when we started this, as I will be at your side through the years. If you excuse me, one of the duties that you have when you get older is to go pick up your grandchildren from school.
I was very confident to get to know Leslie for more than 20 years. We work together we have seen a lot of results. One of these is the Vietnam Human Rights. I know that every morning I go on the office and I ask her how many congressmen, how many senators already endorsed. And we work together until we get past the half. 222 representatives and 22 senators endorsed the resolution. House of the resolution 333. and the equivalent with the joint so resolution SJ168 designating May 11 as Vietnam Human Rights Day and seize the honor. Thank you. I'm very proud. I'm very so
This was when Congress actually used to do things.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. So we have some refreshment outside the door. So please just help yourself, and we will be back and resume the session very shortly. I think
We're gonna have Mr. Kumar continue our program. Thank you. We'll have us to start the program on time and on time.
Thank you very much. Annual event to remind the world and the US about human rights. We, Amnesty International, have been following human rights Vietnam from 1970. It has gone years back since we have improved a little bit. But I want to talk about the current position right now here. Last year, we published a report. In that, we identified 75 individuals, both men and women, who had been imprisoned simply because of their peaceful nonviolent acts, peaceful expression. There were some releases, but when they were releasing some, they were arresting some. The targets of those people who had been targeted are lawyers, journalists, ethnic minorities, bloggers, and the list goes on and on. Even the people who have been released, they have been harassed and abused after they have been released to silence them from even speaking out again. Not only them, their family members also have been abused. So the situation in Vietnam, from Amnesty International's point of view, is of great concern. Couple of things that we are monitoring. One is whether they are allowing freedom of expression, non-violent, peaceful freedom of expression. The immediate answer is no. And also I mentioned earlier, those who dare to speak out on normal issues like labor rights, or even like environmental issues, they have been arrested and abused and tortured. The other issue is the rule of law. The judiciary has been used as a weapon by the government to lock people up in the name of freedom of judiciary. So we are already creating this authority to ensure that they allow the judiciary to be independent so that they can pass judgment in a free and fair manner. At the UN, Vietnam is a member of the UN Human Rights Council. There are 49 members in that council. They get elected. As a member of the UN Human Rights Council, we want and we expect Vietnam to play a constructive role rather than a destructive role. So far, the results are disappointing. The question raises whether Vietnam is in Human Rights Council. Is it because it promotes and protects human rights? That's what Human Rights Council was set up. Or to protect them from criticism by other governments. So the struggle is more their internal behavior of silencing Vietnamese people is one issue which has to be improved. And the second issue is, so what do we do? This event is one of the forums that gives one avenue to make public the concerns of different individuals and organizations. But there is also negotiation by the US government, dialogue with US government on human rights and other issues.
not be the so the same company should not have dialogue. US should have benchmarks to improve structural issues like freedom of expression, rule of law, as well as releasing political prisoners. And then if the government dialogue has some peace, it's not going to happen. It's not going to have any impact, except pretty much bailing Vietnam out by saying we are talking to US on human rights. And also US is getting closer and closer to Vietnam. We are not against having business relationships or security relationships, but not at the expense of human rights relations. So our request to President Obama and Secretary Kerry is not to compromise human rights or the safeguards achieving business deal or security, unless our administration here give a very clear and strong signal about protecting human rights. You can't expect any other government to do it. So our job, your job, is ultimately important, is to put and raise pressure on the administration to ensure that human rights is part and parcel and important for policy of US government. And we want to celebrate this day every year because Amnesty International believes these events are extremely helpful to keep human rights flame burning on Vietnam. Thank you very much.
It is my honor to introduce our next speaker, who is the Chief of Bureau for the Sound of Hope Radio Network. Please welcome Mr. Frank Lee.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here to support this event, to support fighting for the human rights for the people of Vietnam. Today, I represent Sound of Hope. It's a radio station based in America, founded by Falun Gong practitioners. And this is our way to say no. Say no to the Chinese Communist regime's persecution and suppression of innocent people. Now, I'm Chinese, as some of you already know. But I don't identify myself with the communist regime in China. They cannot represent me, nor can they represent all of the people in China. And that's one of the most important messages we deliver when we broadcast to the Chinese people through shortwave radio. About half of the people in China don't have access to internet, and shortwave is their only means to learn about the outside world. And so it's a very important phenomenon. And we have developed advanced technology to break through the jamming of the Chinese Communist regime. And I would imagine it's a similar situation for Vietnam. And we're certainly looking forward to work with this great community. And again, thank you for having me here. And it's an honor.
Our next speaker is Mr. Robert Herman. Mr. Robert Herman is the Vice President of Freedom House, where he oversees a range of programs in the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, Eurasia, and Asia. He was a co-founder and co-director of the Democratic Coalition Project, served on the State Department's policy planning staff, and worked with the USAID. Please welcome Mr. Robert Coleman.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Honored guests and fellow activists, I'm delighted and privileged to be here today to commemorate the 20th anniversary of Vietnam Human Rights Day, and to add Freedom House's voice to those of the courageous men and women struggling for peaceful democratic change, for human rights, and for the establishment of the rule of law in one of Asia's most repressive countries. Freedom House is soon going to celebrate its 75th year. It's committed to the expansion of human rights, human freedom around the world. We pursue that mission through our research, through our advocacy, and also through an array of programs to provide support to frontline democracy and human rights activists. We gather today at a time that is particularly challenging for pro-democracy civil society in Vietnam. As Freedom House has chronicled in its reports, the communist government is intensifying its crackdown on those who would build a political system that's based on democratic accountability and inalienable human rights. Regime critics are the target of harsh repression that includes widespread use of torture and the denial of critical medical treatment for political prisoners. But the government is also engaged in a very cynical manipulation of laws, enacting legislation, restrictive legislation, that is designed to crush dissent, but at the same time is crafted to lend an air of legitimacy to their actions. There is a profound difference between the rule of law and the rule by law. In Vietnam, we're looking at a judicial system that is subservient to executive authority, and that means the denial of basic due process, and more the criminalization of efforts by citizens to do nothing more than to exercise their fundamental rights, including freedom of expression, association, assembly, and worship. The lack of accountability and the transparency of governing institutions lends itself to the abuse of power and widespread corruption, and we see both in Vietnam. This has a corrosive effect on the body politic, leads citizens to be very cynical about their government. And it should come as no surprise that we see violent land grabbing is commonplace in Vietnam. We've also heard before from some of the other speakers that Vietnam remains one of the harshest environments in the entire world for journalists. The authorities employ both legal attacks as well as physical harassment to intimidate and to punish journalists that are critical of the government. But we see brave professionals as well as ordinary citizens taking to the internet to voice their increasing discontent with the government. And how has the government responded? The government responded by continuing to strengthen its grip on broadcast and print media, and also to restrict both the content and access to the internet. But it is not working because citizens more and more are taking to the internet to voice their displeasure, their discontent with the government. Now, the government of Vietnam's systematic efforts to shrink the space for public expression and for independent political activity is not a sign of strength. It is a sign of weakness. This is the hallmark of a government that does not trust its own people and that fears an informed citizenry that is determined to hold those in power to account. As we survey this, what could be seen regional landscape, let us not forget for one moment that the Vietnamese government's crackdown is a direct consequence of the fact that citizens are beginning to stand up and the government is feeling more and more vulnerable, and it knows that the citizens is being eroded. So on this day, on Human Rights Day for Vietnam, let us redouble our efforts all of here and around the world. The international community must stand in solidarity with Vietnamese men and women who are prepared to run enormous risks to bring the blessings of democracy and human rights to their country. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the president of Capital Area Tibetan Association. Please welcome Mr. Karma Sirkang.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to extend a very warm personal greeting to the people of Vietnam. When I first landed in this country in 1992, there was a cold Minnesota. And my first employer is a Vietnamese guy. Anyone from Minnesota or Minneapolis? No. It's anyone who works for the Asian American press. So I know a little bit about the problems we all face where it comes. So my personal feelings on this Human Rights Day. But of course, my duty today is to speak for Japan. See, right now, China is being grilled in Geneva by the United Nations Committee on Economics, Social, and Human Rights. So I have fresh information coming from Geneva that I'd like to share on behalf of the people of Tibet. China was pressed on 3 direct questions on Tibet by the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights during its 8-hour review of Chinese misdeeds in Tibet on Thursday in Geneva. The question referenced and forced Israel for 1.7 million Tibetan nomads. China's violation of Tibetan people's rights to non-discrimination and the need for Tibetans to be able to fully exercise their cultural and religious rights. Despite the United Nations Committee's question on China on cross-Tibetan nomad resettlement and eviction, China claimed these policies are carried out with 100% consultation of the legal people. Can you believe that? China made its position very clear that all the land belongs to the state. Since China's last ESCR review in 2005, massive protests have spread across Tibet, and you all know that at least 131 Tibetans have set themselves on fire to protest China's repressive policies. During China's Universal Period Review outcome in March, China consented a visit from the United Nations High Commission to China and Tibet, but rejected other recommendations that address gross violations of human rights in Tibet. And here is what is okay. China stated to outright denial of human rights violations should be accepted at the UN's at the highest level of the United Nations, said Aima Lindell, who is the Executive Director of Justice for Tibet. She went on to say that as the last remaining Tibetan nomads are being forced off their land and human rights situation continues to deteriorate across Tibet, we appeal to the United Nations Committee for questioning China so thoroughly on these abuses and urge that it will continue to use all its mechanisms. The International Committee will also use the mechanisms available to hold China responsible. There is a Tibetan lady who was there, who will represent the Free Tibet Bureau, and also the campaign director. She said, Tibetan nomads from Tibet who are at the center of China's forced immigration problems are not able to come to Geneva to testify to China's repressive policies in front of the United Nations Committee for fear of state repression. China is trying to silence the voice of Tibetans as part of its strategy to deny human rights crisis in Tibet. She said, using the United Nations mechanism, we will make it impossible for China to hide the reality of the situation in Tibet. And finally, the campaign director for the International Net of Tibet, Mr. Mehdi Jacobin, said the United Nations Committee now must urge China to give open access to areas to international media and give a date for immediate visit to Tibet by the Human Rights Commission. I urge the United Nations not to let China off the hook after the conclusion of this review. We urge that we will continue to spotlight China for its abuses in Tibet at all levels, at all mechanisms within the United Nations, in pressuring China to clearly address the situation in Tibet. And finally, as all of us have to live in this free country, we have much more in this room, in this building, and this country. So let's hope that the United Nations, as the only lasting champion of human rights and world power, will help people all over the world, starting from the Blue World of Tibet, going down to South Asia, including Vietnam and other countries, to give much needed relief to the people who are suffering from uneconomic for too long. So let's again dedicate ourselves to continue our effort, and we'll meet you again here. Thank you so much.
It is my honor to introduce you next guest speaker, Mr. Sanjeev Sharan. He is president of the Institute of Gilgit Long-Distance Studies. He has a master in development studies from the University of East Anglia and was a visiting scholar at IDSA, New Delhi, India. Please welcome.
It's an honor to be here again.
How's everything? Okay?
I'm always here to support our Vietnamese community. Honorable members of the Congress, distinguished delegates and friends, as we gather today to commemorate Vietnamese Human Rights Day, we also express solidarity with all oppressed people who struggle for the things we take for granted. We practice our individual faith with security, choosing to do so in a private or public manner. We tolerate and often celebrate our neighbors of different beliefs and practices. We teach our children the core fundamental order or lack of order of our universe based on our religion. Yet, the people of Vietnam have for too long struggled to secure this fundamental human right. I too understand their plight because I come from a region that has been deprived of all basic human rights. I come from Pakistan-controlled Baltistan, which has been described as, quote, the last colony, a region in chains, and a black hole in the world by the European Parliament. Because of its disputed status, people of Baltistan are denied citizenship and constitutional rights. Even today, 2 million people of Baltistan are governed by a single unelected person who is not a citizen of the region. Local struggle to resist cultural extinction and the threat of becoming a minority in their own land. The authorities, in clear violation of human resolutions, follow a policy of settlement of Pakistani citizens
Baltistan, Pakistan took an oath to protect life and property and to grant complete autonomy. However, the rulers have failed to keep their promise. Several reports, including those from Asian Human Rights Commission and Pakistan Human Rights Commission, indicate involvement of Pakistani military and law enforcement in mass killings of people in Gilgit-Baltistan, especially of those demanding religious freedom. As stated by Dr. Pervez Bhutbhoy, a famous Pakistani scholar, I quote, "Pakistan has been an open prison for the Shias, Ahmadis, Christians, and Hindus," unquote. This statement rings true for the people of Gilgit-Baltistan as well. Secret Service agents provide patronage to the terrorists like Taliban and shelter those who harass and murder locals because of their religious beliefs. A country's political and social stability, as well as its national security, depends directly on provision of justice and freedom of religion to all citizens, including the minorities. It is tragic to see that countries like Pakistan and Vietnam establish its national security by oppressing its minorities. Given this appalling record, I ask you to consider whether Pakistan has lost the right to rule Gilgit-Baltistan, or whether perhaps it is the time that the United Nations take repossession of the region. 3 generations of people in Gilgit-Baltistan have suffered under these deplorable circumstances. They have nowhere to turn but to the international community to restore their freedom, rights, and dignity. I therefore request the United States government to declare Pakistan a country of particular concern until it fulfills its obligation to the people of Gilgit-Baltistan and other minorities. I further urge the United States government to support the people of Vietnam by demanding the Vietnamese regime release all political and religious prisoners. As Eleanor Roosevelt once said, and I quote, "I know that we will be the sufferers if we let great wrongs occur without exerting ourselves to correct them." End of quote. In the end, I thank Dr. Conway and Mr. James Luzon and all of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
It is my honor to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Marion Smith. Mr. Smith is the Executive Director of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. He has experience as a civil society leader and is an expert in international affairs and a student of politics. Please welcome Mr. Marion Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends of liberty, I am here today to represent Dr. Lee Edwards and the Board of Directors of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and to let all of you know that we continue to desire and do everything in our power to see that there is greater economic, political, and religious freedom in Vietnam. Several months ago, late last year, our foundation awarded to Father Lee our Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom. We did this at a wonderful event hosted by many of you in Northern Virginia. We had to give that award in absentia, of course, because Father Lee is still held in prison. And so we had there representing him an empty chair. During the course of that event, so many of you wonderful ladies that I see here today, you sang a song, My Vietnam, that Father Lee had written. And it caused me to
Dr. Richard Saisomon, President of the Lao New Generation Democracy Movement, an organization that advocates for freedom of expression and freedom of information. Please welcome Dr. Richard Saisomon.
I salute all Vietnamese and the Laotian freedom fighters who have sacrificed their lives for the noble cause. Thank you very much.
It is our honor and delight to introduce to you the very well-known singer and composer, Nguyet Anh, and the rising talent singer, Son Boon. They will give a special performance in memory of the late singer-composer, human rights activist, Viet Dũng. Nguyet Anh and Viet Dũng spend their lives dedicated to human rights. We ask Nguyet Anh and Son Boon to the podium, please.
Nguyệt Anh xin kính chào quý ông bà, cô bác cùng tất cả các anh chị em. Thưa quý ông bà, cô bác, các anh chị em, Nguyệt Anh sẽ chỉ sử dụng tiếng Việt, và nếu mà có ai không cần tiếng Anh thì xin quý vị ngồi bên cạnh vui lòng thông dịch dùm. Nguyệt Anh hết sức là cảm động được có mặt trong ngày hôm nay. Đã 20 năm Nguyệt Anh được phải nói là một vinh hạnh được đóng góp, dù là rất hạn chế, rất là nhỏ nhoi, như tiếng hát của Nguyệt Anh, như bài ca của Nguyệt Anh vào sinh hoạt của tổ chức quốc tế yểm trợ cao trào nhân bản và cao trào nhân bản. Phải nói là trong suốt 20 năm, sự đóng góp của Nguyệt Anh, cá nhân Nguyệt Anh và những anh chị em văn nghệ sĩ thân hữu của Nguyệt Anh và cũng như của các anh chị em phong trào thơ ca Việt Nam hầu như là đã gắn liền với những sinh hoạt, những vận động, những kêu gọi, những nỗ lực của bác sĩ Nguyễn Đăng Quế, bác sĩ Nguyễn Quốc Quân và tất cả nhà người trong tổ chức nhân quyền. Từ xưa thì nói thật là đối với người Việt Nam và cũng như đối với cá nhân của Nguyệt Anh khi còn nhỏ, hai chữ nhân quyền xa lạ quá và thật sự cũng không hiểu nhân quyền là gì, cho đến khi rời quê hương đến định cư ở tại Hoa Kỳ, bắt đầu xách cái đàn gửi con cho cha mẹ nhập cuộc vào dòng đấu tranh của dân tộc. Nguyệt Anh đã hiểu nhiều hơn thế nào là nhân quyền, là tự do và dân chủ, ước mơ thật to lớn của tất cả những người Việt Nam lưu lạc khắp cùng hải ngoại và ước mơ vô cùng lớn lao của những người còn ở lại quê nhà. Và từ khi được sinh hoạt cùng với các tổ chức tranh đấu cho nhân quyền thì Nguyệt Anh lại càng thêm tri ân nhân quyền, yêu thương nhân quyền. Và một lần nữa đánh dấu 20 năm, Nguyệt Anh xin được bày tỏ lòng tri ân đến tổ chức quốc tế yểm trợ cao trào nhân bản và cá nhân bác sĩ Nguyễn Đăng Quế. Anh chị Quân là phải nói rằng là Việt Anh không có xa lạ gì hết và luôn trong trái tim của Việt Anh luôn luôn xem bác sĩ Quân và chị Quân là hai người anh chị trong gia đình thân yêu của Việt Anh. Anh trước lên thì Việt Anh nghe, nhưng ngược lại giận thì giận mà thương thì thật là thương. Cho nên hôm nay thật là Việt Anh vừa trở về từ bên Đức. Trước khi đi thì Việt Anh đã không khỏe, và khi trở về thì Việt Anh lại càng không khỏe, cho nên thì thương lắm, cho nên Việt Anh cố gắng đến đây. Và đến đây ngày hôm nay không những chỉ là để bày tỏ lòng tri ân đến 20 năm nhân quyền, ngày nhân quyền cho Việt Nam, đến Ủy ban Quốc tế Yểm trợ cao trào nhân đạo. Việt Anh còn muốn nói lên lòng tri ân đối với cộng đồng Việt Nam vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn. Việt Anh đến đây định cư trong suốt 39 năm qua. Gia đình của Việt Anh và cá nhân của Việt Anh đã gắn liền với sinh hoạt của cộng đồng người Việt vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn. Và cá nhân của Việt Anh luôn luôn tin tưởng, nhiệt liệt, quyết liệt, tin tưởng vào lập trường chống cộng của cộng đồng người Việt Việt Nam vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn. Và thưa quý vị, khi đến đâu thì Việt Anh cũng thực hiện vì mình là một dân của thuộc cộng đồng Việt Nam vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn. Và đi đến đâu thì Việt Anh cũng hành diện vì cộng đồng Việt Nam vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn đối với Việt Anh là một thành trì chống cộng. Cho dù bao nhiêu năm đi nữa, ngày nào tòa đại sứ thì còn ở tại vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn, thì lúc đó vẫn còn những khúc mắc, vẫn còn những rắc rối, vẫn còn những mái tóc trắng, mái đầu xanh, quyết liệt tranh đấu chống cộng và cho một ngày quê hương chúng ta được phục sinh trong tự do, dân chủ và nhân quyền. Thưa quý vị, 39 năm qua, Việt Anh đã cùng với anh chị em nghệ sĩ khác đi tranh đấu, chấn thương và đóng góp bằng tiếng hát lời ca của mình. Và không có một ước mơ chính trị nào cả. Không hoàn toàn Việt Anh không trực thuộc bất cứ một đoàn thể, một đảng phái chính trị nào cả. Nhưng bất cứ đoàn thể, đảng phái chính trị nào góp phần trong cái công cuộc đấu tranh chung để giải trừ chế độ cai trị độc tài phi nhân của Cộng sản Việt Nam, để mang lại tự do, dân chủ và nhân quyền cho đồng bào tại quê nhà, thì Việt Anh sẵn sàng hiến trợ tiếng hát lời ca. Thưa quý vị, nói như thế để quý vị hiểu rằng Việt Anh yêu Việt Dũng đến chừng nào. Việt Anh yêu thương Việt Dũng hết sức. Khi Việt Dũng nằm xuống, nỗi đau vô cùng của Việt Anh không còn muốn hát một mình nữa, mà nó đến thật. Mỗi khi nhắc đến Việt Dũng thì trong lòng của Việt Anh đau, và Việt Anh cảm thấy tiếng hát của mình trở nên lạc lõng. Và đó là lý do tại sao mà nơi nào Việt Anh đến, từ sau khi Việt Dũng hát, Việt Anh kêu gọi mời gọi đồng bào hãy hát cùng với Việt Anh, để trong tiếng hát của Việt Anh có được tiếng hát của quý vị. Và trong tiếng hát của quý vị cùng với tiếng hát của Việt Anh tìm được tình yêu thương, lòng bao dung và khích lệ trên con đường của Việt Anh đi. Lúc thì đơn lẻ, lúc thì có những người bạn đồng hành, luôn luôn ao ước tìm gặp những tiếng hát trẻ, những khuôn mặt trẻ, những tấm lòng trẻ, quyết tâm đóng góp cho quê hương đất nước. Bởi vì ngày Việt Anh đi, Việt Anh mới có 22 tuổi, Việt Dũng thì 17 tuổi. Tất cả tình yêu quê hương là những gì tự mình tìm thấy, không ai có thể chia sẻ cùng với ai. Nhưng kinh nghiệm về cộng sản, con người cộng sản, về đảng cộng sản và tất cả những điều cộng sản nào, thì tất cả quý ông bà cô bác đều có thể chia sẻ cho Việt Anh. Cho nên khi Việt Anh gặp được một người trẻ chân thân, gặp cuộc bằng với tâm lòng và tình yêu quê hương của họ, thì Anh vẫn rất trân quý. Hôm nay tiếng hát của Việt Anh chỉ là bị mai một, vì sức khỏe, vì tuổi đời. Nhưng người Khánh hết sức là sung sướng giới thiệu đến quý vị một tiếng hát là truyền nhân của Việt Dũng. Việt Dũng đã gần gũi, đã chia sẻ tất cả những kinh nghiệm của Việt Dũng, tình yêu quê hương đất nước của Việt Dũng cho. Và thưa quý vị, khi nghe nói rằng là người Khánh sẽ đóng góp vào cái chương trình ngày hôm nay, sẽ có mặt để giúp cho cái chương trình ngày nhân quyền thứ 20, không cần phải mời gọi, em đã tự động nói rằng em sẽ về tham dự và em tự động mua vé máy bay, không cần phải có một sự chờ đợi nào. Và điều làm cho người ta hết là bởi vì em nói rằng em nhất quyết đi theo con đường của anh Việt Dũng. Thưa quý vị, cho người anh được hết sức yêu thương và chân thành giới thiệu cùng quý vị tiếng hát truyền nhân của Việt Dũng, Sơn Hương đến từ
ngày hôm nay thì rất là xúc động khi nghe những lời của chị Ánh, bởi vì anh Dũng không những là một người anh, người thầy, người bạn thân của Sơn. Những hình ảnh của anh, những lúc anh đi show với Sơn luôn gợi nhớ Sơn rất nhiều những bài học của anh. Nhưng hôm nay thì Sơn không muốn nói nhiều bởi vì Sơn sẽ khóc, mà Sơn xin được phép được gửi quý vị hai nhạc phẩm mà quý vị rất biết nhiều về anh. Đó là nhạc phẩm Một Chút Quà Cho Quê Hương và lời cảm ơn. The songwriter Việt Dũng. In the song about the country, our country, and the gift sent back to Vietnam. And the second song is the prayer at time when we, the people who escaped Vietnam and off by the boat, and many happened at their life at that time. Gửi về cho anh dầm bao thuốc lá, anh đốt cuộc đời trên mọi chim hót bay. Gửi về cho mẹ dòng chiếc kim mây, mẹ quay hồ con quê hương quá hoa đầy. Gửi về cho chị dầm pha sóng với áo cười hay chỉ với áo hoa. Gửi về cho em kẹo bánh thanh thang, em ăn cho ngọt vì đời nhiều cay đắng. Con gửi về cho cha một mảnh áo trắng, cha mặc một lần khi ra mắt trường vườn cây. Gửi về Việt Nam mắt đông đầy, mơ một ngày quê hương sẽ thành vinh. Em gửi về cho anh một cái bút máy, anh vẽ cuộc đời như vòng mong manh. Gửi về cho mẹ dòng gói che xanh, mẹ phá hộ con dòng nước mắt đã khô cằn. Gửi về cho chị một bình hoa, chỉ đốn cuộc đời trong hoang ẩn, gửi về cho em chiếc nhẫn yêu thương. Em bán cho đời tìm được vượt biên, con gửi về cho cha vài viên thuốc. Cha giúp cuộc đời trong tự chúng tôi, gửi về Việt Nam cùng hát anh. Xin Chúa yên lành trong giấc ngủ xa vời, gửi về Việt Nam cùng hát ân cần. Xin Chúa yên lành trong giấc ngủ xa vời. Và rất là lời kính yêu. Lời kính đêm ôi lời kính đêm, lời kính buồn như biết mẹ thở dài. Ai có nghe thấu lời kính sao vui mặt một đầu thuyền mong manh ngôi đời lênh đênh, thuyền vắng cuộc sống lời kính cầu từng buồn hoài buồn, lời mẹ buồn giữa tiếng thuyền trôi xa về đâu ai biết, thuyền có về nghe bên tự do, trời cam xanh hay trời oan nghiêng, trời có buồn hay chỉ là trời chớ vơ ôi người vơ vơ, người vẫn ôm mãi vang du lời kính cầu từng hồi nặng kề, lời mẹ buồn người buông xuôi về nơi đây đưa, người có mong trong năm cô say biển ngày cô hay biển mang giờ, biển có buồn hay biển chỉ đang trời chớ vơ ôi người vơ vơ, người vẫn ôm mãi vang du lời kính cầu từng hồi khắc khe, lời mẹ buồn giữa tiếng amen. Người buông xuôi về nơi đây đưa, người mong một năm cô xa biển ngày cô hay biển mang giờ, biển có buồn hay biển chỉ là người buông xuôi về nơi đây đưa, người có một năm cô xa biển ngày cô hay biển mang giờ, biển có buồn hay biển chỉ là biển có buồn thể hiện chỉ là
Quý vị có công nhận là truyền nhân của Việt Dũng không? Nguyệt Anh tìm được Bích Châu thì Nguyệt Anh hạnh phúc vô cùng. Và bây giờ đó là Nguyệt Anh đã đưa Bích Châu về vùng Hoa Thịnh Đốn một lần rồi. Và bây giờ là Xuân Hương. Thưa quý vị, cho phép Nguyệt Anh được nói cùng với Xuân Hương có một hai câu thôi. Chị cảm ơn em đã chọn đi theo con đường của anh Việt Dũng. Và chị cũng cảm ơn em đã nhập cuộc vào dòng văn nghệ đấu lập. Đang cần một cái mic trong cái đàn, một cái microphone trong cái đàn. Nào. Một cái trên hát. Nhưng chị Nguyệt Anh cần nói với lại Xuân Hương một câu thôi, là cái con đường mà chị Nguyệt Anh đi, nhất là cái con đường mà Nguyệt Anh đi, chỉ có những giọt nước mắt, chỉ có những nỗi chua xót cay đắng, chỉ có cái đó là giá phải trả cho những người chọn đi vào dòng đấu tranh của dân tộc. Nhưng điều chị đã từng nói với Việt Dũng rồi là trong suốt, bây giờ chị nói với em đây, trong suốt 39 năm qua, chưa có một chương trình nào, chưa có một buổi sinh hoạt nào, chưa có một cái buổi ca hát nào mà chị Nguyệt Anh đòi hỏi ban tổ chức phải trả thù lao cho tiếng hát đấu tranh của mình. Có nghĩa là khi chị chọn đóng góp bằng tiếng hát, bằng lời ca, thì chị tâm niệm rằng đó là phần thưởng của Thượng Đế ban cho chị để chị góp phần đấu tranh phục toàn dân tộc. Và khi đã đấu tranh thì không có chuyện đi lấy thù lao. Và như vậy những người giống như chị thì rất là nghèo, bởi vì mình chỉ có cho chứ mình không có nhận. Thành ra thì đây biết em là con người này là con người rất gian nan, phải hy sinh nhiều hơn, phải thiệt thòi nhiều hơn. Nhưng cái đó là cái sự chấp nhận mà mình phải đã chọn. Một điều nữa, chị cũng lặp lại điều chị đã nói với Việt Dũng là con đường này chúng ta sẽ chịu rất nhiều thiệt thòi, nhưng chị tin chắc chắn là nếu em đi vào dòng văn nghệ góp phần đấu tranh cho đồng bào, cho đất nước, thì chị tin là trong góc nhìn của những người Việt Nam còn yêu tổ quốc sẽ có một chỗ đích thực vững vàng cho em.
Cho con xin được tiếp lời với chị Nguyệt Anh. Mặc dù chị không cho em đi thì em vẫn nên đi, bởi vì nếu chị thấy những tin tức về Việt Nam hàng ngày thì có những lúc mà Phương Sơn đọc xong giọng nghẹn lại và trái tim đau đầu, bởi vì còn quê hương thì còn cơm ngon. Chúng ta ai cũng có dòng máu của Việt Nam nên chúng ta rất yêu tổ quốc chúng ta, và em hứa với chị rằng chị không cho em một đi.
Và bây giờ xin mời quý ông bà, quý cô bác, quý anh chị em cùng hát với Nguyệt Anh và Xuân Hương. Vì Nguyệt Anh đã thưa là Nguyệt Anh Việt Dũng chết rồi, Nguyệt Anh không có còn muốn hát một mình. Đi đâu cũng vậy, xin mời tất cả mọi người
hát lại một bài hát rất là quen thuộc mà Nguyệt Ánh và chị Diệu đã từng hát với nhau, hát nhiều lần lắm, và bây giờ có thêm tiếng hát của Sơn Hương cũng như tất cả tiếng hát của quý vị. Biết đoạn nào hát đoạn đó, nhớ khúc nào hát khúc đó, có nghĩa là một bài nhưng mà nó thành liên khúc, bởi vì nhiều khúc có khúc không thuộc. Xin mời tất cả quý vị cùng hát bài hát cụ và cũng là ước mơ của tất cả những người hiện đang lưu lạc khắp vùng ngoại. Anh vẫn mơ một ngày về.
Vì tôi có là thị trấn lệnh trưng cận anh, thành ra được anh là quyết định thì nguyên là anh nhân và anh nhân cho phép tôi được đại diện ban tổ chức lên để phát biểu lại với lại
trước đấy cái nói về chuyện đại diện cho cộng đồng là thứ nhất là từ trước đến nay cộng đồng phát triển như là tất cả mọi người luôn luôn có người anh luôn luôn là viện trợ, không bao giờ tôi nghĩ là còn nặng anh em riêng cái của chúng tôi là chúng tôi cảm thấy là được sự giúp đỡ giúp đỡ các em cao
cái micro ở dưới đó.
Tôi xin lại xin phép nói lại một tí. Tôi xin phép là cái tình thân đối với lại Tuấn Anh dành ra trong được hai ông chồng chủ tịch là ông Đoàn Hữu Định với lại ông Nguyễn Quốc Trinh, và đặc biệt là anh Võ Thành Nhân cho phép tôi lên đây để đại diện cho cộng đồng. Một cảm ơn với lại Sơn Vương, và thật sự là phải nói rằng là chúng tôi không biết nói gì hơn, không phải là cộng đồng Hoa Thủy Đồn mà tất cả các cộng đồng trên thế giới đều ghi nhận cái sự đóng góp của Việt Dung, của Nguyệt Anh, của anh em trong phong trào Việt Nam. Cái điều đó nó không ai mà phủ nhận được cả. Và chúng tôi riêng một chúng tôi chân thành cảm ơn Nguyệt Anh đã mất rồi. Và xin không biết nói gì hơn là cái xin cảm ơn tất cả cái sự đóng góp đó. Bây giờ nói về cái tình anh em thì lại cũng xin các quý vị phép tôi thật chút là lúc mà tôi khởi dựng ra chạy ra đi mà đánh bước và tranh đấu, hai em xanh đầu không có hói mà tất cả mọi thứ là đánh đúng về phần của các trẻ. Bây giờ anh em chúng ta nhưng mà có lẽ là chúng ta vẫn phải tiếp và vẫn mong rằng có những cái người trẻ như là Sơn Vương sẽ tiếp tục. Thì khi mà nghe Việt Anh với lại Sơn Vương hát về một kỷ niệm Việt Dũng, tôi thật sự xúc động. Vì chỉ mới năm ngoái đây cách đây không đầy vừa lúc một năm thì anh Việt Dũng này, Trúc Hồ này, Lê Khang này, rồi Trần Lân Nhật Tiến này, rồi Quốc Khánh này, rồi tất cả rồi Nami Trần Lâm đều hát ở trụ sở thực hiện. Và bây giờ thời gian qua nhanh, Việt Dũng đã là người tiến bộ và không bao giờ anh trở lại được. Chỉ mong rằng tất cả chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục cái lý tưởng của anh, tranh đấu cho một nước Việt Nam dân chủ và độc lập. Thật sự tôi được hiểu. Và bây giờ mình xin nói với các anh rằng là một khi nó là cả là hai đôi khi bắt các anh đến phòng mạch có khi các anh nghe, thế nhưng mà luôn quý cả tôi và tôi cũng cái chủ căn bác sĩ quý luôn luôn coi cái anh là người gái. Và mong cái anh hiểu rằng là cái chân tình của chúng tôi không bao giờ, tình anh em chúng mình không bao giờ thay đổi cả. Bây giờ xin có một đôi lời nhỏ với Sơn Vương là nghe Sơn Vương hát thật sự là nghĩ rằng là có lẽ Sơn Vương sẽ có thể là cái người nối tiếp với cái tài năng, với cái nghệ thuật trình diễn. Sơn Vương là sẽ là tiến tới cái con đường sẽ là một người đại diện thật sự cho Việt Dũng, và Việt Dũng có lẽ là đã chọn đúng người. Và mong rằng là cái tài năng của em sẽ đi thêm cả cái tâm hồn, tức là nghĩ đến quê hương, nghĩ đến xứ sở và dùng cái tiếng hát để cho những cái đấy nói để mà phục vụ tất cả trong công cuộc tranh đấu chung. Và chúc Sơn Vương sẽ nổi tiếng và sẽ được yêu mến như là Việt Anh, như là Việt Dũng khắp nơi trên thế giới. Cảm ơn.
Our next guest speaker is Mr. Kang Ho Nguyen. He's chairman of Thang Long Student Association and president of the Vietnamese Student Organization in Massachusetts. Please welcome Mr. Kang.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Special guest, people over here. I will speak English first, and then I ask some word Vietnamese. So I noticed that some of the senior people over here may not speak or understand English very well. First of all, I am honored to be here, represent the Vietnamese community of Massachusetts, and represent of the next generation of Vietnamese in Massachusetts. I want to express my feeling about what I see over here and what I have done in the last 30 years since I put my feet in this country. We have asked a lot for the people to help, especially the United States government. However, I noticed that we cannot say anything thank you them yet. So I would like to have the opportunity today to thank the United States government that helped us a lot. However, we asked them a lot. We cannot pay them yet. Or I want today to say that please consider paying them by go to vote. Go back to your local government, vote for your local districts. That's the way we pay them. That's the way we would ask them for more help. That's two-way street, two-way ticket. They have you, we have them. Một lần nữa, cảm ơn ban tổ chức, cảm ơn ông chairperson, cảm người Mỹ. Một cái điều tôi rất là vinh dự đến ngày hôm nay được đại diện cho cộng đồng tiểu bang Massachusetts, đại diện cho anh em Thăng Long, nhóm anh em trẻ đã đóng góp với cộng đồng ở Massachusetts. Tôi đến đây đã đúng 30 năm bằng con đường tị nạn đường biển, và tôi đã theo dõi tình hình chính trị ngày này qua ngày nọ, tháng này qua tháng nọ. Một điều tôi thấy rất là hãnh diện là các cô các bác phía trước đã vận động rất là mạnh mẽ cho vấn đề nhân quyền ở Việt Nam. Tuy nhiên, một cái tôi hơi quan tâm là các cô các bác đã quên một điều: mình đòi hỏi người ta hay là mình nhờ người ta nhiều quá. Tuy nhiên, cái số mà cử tri đi bầu ở từng địa phương rất là thấp. 1.500.000 người Việt ở Mỹ, nhưng mà con số đi bầu dưới 10%. Vì lẽ đó, theo tôi nghĩ là các cô các bác nên vận động làm thế nào là mình phải đi bỏ phiếu cho thật là nhiều, để mình tạo cái tiếng nói sức mạnh của mình thật là mạnh, để mình đấu tranh cho dân chủ nhân quyền cho Việt Nam. Cái thứ hai là các cô các bác, vấn đề này khó khăn, không thể nào ai từ California qua đây mà chúng ta có thể đi một vài phút đến phòng phiếu bỏ phiếu. Đó là cách mình vận động nhân quyền cho Việt Nam. Khi một người dân biểu nào mà lá phiếu mình, người ta sẽ chú ý. Và cháu cũng yêu cầu các cô các bác có một điều mà năm 1996 khi ông thượng nghị sĩ Bob Dole ông đã nói là muốn nuôi một đứa con nó khôn ngoan trưởng thành, cha mẹ phải dạy dỗ họ. Và bà Hillary Clinton lúc đó bà ra một cuốn sách muốn dạy một đứa bé phải cần cả làng dạy chứ không phải là cha mẹ dạy, và hai điều đó đều đúng cả. Thứ nhất là các cô, các chú, các bác khuyến khích các em mình tham gia công tác cộng đồng, có thể là tham gia những cái công tác của chính quyền mà chỉ về vận động cho họ một bầu cử của họ. Đó là cách trả ơn cộng đồng, và làm thế nào để xây dựng cộng đồng thật là mạnh mẽ. Cộng đồng mạnh mẽ là một cộng đồng địa phương của mình, và khi mà cộng đồng mình mạnh thì tất cả những gì mà mình đòi hỏi người ta sẽ trả lời mình tin rằng. Và cũng cảm ơn cô Nguyễn Anh. Cô Nguyễn Anh có ở đây không? Thì cái bài mà anh đã mơ một ngày về thì cháu xin sửa lời một xíu về cái điều đó. Tôi vẫn mơ các cô, các chú, các bác hãy cùng nhóm trẻ vận động làm sao để chúng ta đi bỏ phiếu cho thật là đông. Đó là một cái giấc mơ mà cháu vẫn mơ hàng ngày. Xin cảm ơn các cô, các chú, các bác.
A lot of fans here. Our next speaker is Mr. Yu Wang, Chairman of the China Democratic Party World Union and Director of China Democracy Forum. Please welcome Mr. Yu Wang.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm from New York.
I feel deeply honored to adjourn meeting in commemoration of 20th anniversary of the Vietnam Human Rights Day. Here, on behalf of China's Democracy Party,
比起为民主、自由、人权奋斗而付出具重大贡献，也付出巨大代价的斗士，我们在座各位能相聚在一起，呐喊人权、抗谈民主，已经是十分荣幸。
compared to those fighters who have made a significant contribution and paid huge price for democracy, freedom, and human rights. We are really lucky to be here talking about human rights together.
所以，我建议，像为民主、自由、人权奋斗而受到政治迫害，乃至做出重大贡献并付出巨大代价的现代人民和中国人民，表示崇高的敬礼。
Our pairs thanks to those fighters.
越南人权日20周年纪念会能在美国国会召开，是越南人的骄傲和光荣，是越南人民为民主、自由、人权奋斗的成果，也是越南人民勇于贡献、勇于牺牲的辉煌事迹，正是越南人权工作者的伟大创举。
It's the Vietnamese people's pride to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Vietnam Human Rights Day in the U.S. Congress. It is the achievement of Vietnam's shows Vietnam's people's courage and the dedication. Also, is one of the greatest actions Vietnam human rights activities have ever taken.
在此，我呼吁国际社会敦促越南政府释放所有被关押的政治犯、良心犯，恢复本人及其家人的正常生活。
Here I'm calling upon the international community to urge the Vietnamese government to release all detained prisoners and political prisoners, giving normal life back to them and also their family members.
我也呼吁国际社会对从中国政府停止迫害中国民主党人，要求释放被关押的所有中国民主党人，停止对中国民主党人的家人进行威胁和骚扰。
I'm also calling upon the Chinese government to stop its persecution towards all China Democracy Party members. Please stop threatening and harming China Democracy Party members' privacy.
我衷心的希望越南和中国能够尽早的实现民主制度，成为人权主邦。
I sincerely hope that Vietnam and China can achieve democracy as soon as possible and become allies of human rights. Congratulations on the great success of the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of Vietnam Human Rights Day. It is my privilege and honor to introduce to you Congressman Jerry Connolly. Congressman Connolly represents the 11th Congressional District of Virginia. He is a strong supporter of human rights and a good friend of the Vietnamese American community. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Jerry Connolly.
Woo, John.
Okay. Sorry for my pronunciation. I'm so glad to join you again for remembrance of human rights back in Vietnam. It is very important, it seems to me, that enshrined in American foreign policy must be a commitment to human rights everywhere. And as we try to work out our relationship with Vietnam, we cannot forget the fundamental rights that were fought for by Vietnamese and Americans side by side, and that can't be lost in the mist of time. Because those rights are eternal, they are universal, and they are not respected by the current government of Vietnam. I am proud to serve on the Vietnam Human Rights Caucus here in Congress. I'm proud to have co-sponsored, co-authored numerous pieces of legislation circumscribing the U.S. relationship with Vietnam with respect to trade and with respect to the observance of human rights. I felt very strongly that legacy is also important. When I was the chairman of Fairfax County, across the river a little bit, I passed an ordinance, I authored and passed an ordinance that required that if we had schools or public buildings that showed the current flag of Vietnam, that the consolidated flag had to be located. We cannot do our past. So, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for May 11th. Thank you for not forgetting. I assure you, the government back in Hanoi takes note of what we do here today. I and my colleagues in Congress are committed to the Vietnamese American cause, to your community, our shared values. We will be by your side in this ongoing struggle. God bless you all.
Okay. Now, what? He's the boss. Yeah. All right. All right. Have a picture. Come on. Yeah, come on. One more picture. Okay. I think we need a woman in this.
Oh, okay.
We need a beautiful woman. Come on.
Oh, okay.
At least one. Yeah. MC. One. Yeah, okay. Very good. That translates to Vietnamese too, right? Yeah, okay. Right.
She's sitting close to us.
Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you. All right, I'll do it. Thank you. Thank you. That's very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. 15 today.
Our next guest speaker is Mr. Thomas Pham. He is a member of Vietnamese Nationalist Party and is a proponent of Vietnam human rights law advocacy. Please welcome Mr. Pham.
Dr. Nguyễn Wood, as the chairman of Vietnamese Community Law Movement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, May 11th, Vietnam Human Rights Day, designated to protect and promote the basic freedom in Vietnam, has been annually celebrated at the U.S. Capitol for 20 years. However, Vietnam human rights record remain so abysmal that our emperor recently introduced to the House Foreign Affairs Committee a Vietnam Human Rights Sanction Act, H.R. 4254. In the meantime, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is holding a Vietnam Human Rights Act as 1649, sponsored by Congressman Griffith. Another one, more important, is Vietnam Human Rights Sanction Act as 929, sponsored by Senator John Collins. Despite Vietnam membership on the United Nations Human Rights Council, a recent release of 5 regional conflicts, political crackdown, religious persecution, arrest, police brutal beating still continue in Vietnam. For this reason, we Vietnamese Americans would appeal to the U.S. Congress to approve all the Vietnam Human Rights Sanction Act as above mentioned. From now on, the oppressor and their family members from Vietnam should be prohibited to enter America for overseas study, money laundering, property dispersal, financial consumption, and even escaping under immigrant status. In short, the United States needs to use a mix of
diplomatic incentive and sanctions to bring Vietnam to umbrella human rights. Because a balance between Islamic threat type and human rights can uphold the U.S. principle of the foreign policy and develop strategic partnership and trans-Pacific partnership TPP as well. Thank you very much.
It is my honor to read to you a letter that Senator Benjamin Cardin sent to us to be read today. Dear friends, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending the 20th commemoration of Vietnam Human Rights Day. In 1994, President Clinton signed into law a joint resolution to designate May 11th Vietnam Human Rights Day. 20 years later, we are still working to make real progress on basic rights for the Vietnamese people. President Obama made a strategic commitment to rebalance Asia, and as chair of the subcommittee on East Asian and Pacific Affairs, I firmly believe that expanding our partnership with Vietnam is an important piece to the rebalance strategy. We have much to gain by strengthening our relationship. However, we can only do so if Vietnam prioritizes human rights, releases all political prisoners of conscience, upholds the highest standards of protection for freedom of association and expression, and makes real commitment to institutionalizing reform. As we look to strengthen our relationship through the U.S.-Vietnam Comprehensive Partnership, the United States will continue to push the Vietnamese government to make progress on these issues. The United States wants to and should engage with a wide range of countries on economic, security, environmental, and cultural issues. However, as we deepen these relationships around the world, we must also send a strong signal that the United States will prioritize basic human rights and will maintain its global leadership in the fight against human rights abuses. As part of this effort, this year, I introduced the Global Human Rights Accountability Act to hold accountable those who commit human rights violations across the world. We must stand up for the rule of law and establish fair consequences for abuses of fundamental human rights. Thank you for your advocacy on these issues and for taking the time to speak out on behalf of those who lack the basic rights to speak out for themselves. Sincerely, Senator Benjamin L. Cardin.
Next speaker, Ms. Siping Huang. On behalf of the White Kingston Foundation and the Overseas Chinese Democracy Coalition, please welcome Ms. Siping Huang.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wei Jingsheng has been supporting of this Vietnam Human Rights Day for more than a decade now. He's very apologetic for unable to make today's appearance. However, he wrote a speech and asked me to deliver his message to you. As you all know, Mr. Wei Jingsheng is the leader of the Chinese democracy movement and the Chinese opposition. He always cared about the oppositions in the other countries, the Victoria government, against the Victoria government, especially East Asia, including your country and as well as the others. And and here's the follow in his speech. Dear friends and guests, every year we celebrate the Vienna Human Rights Day. But this year, it is quite not the same as before, because there is some conflict in the South China Sea between China and Vienna. Thus, some people in both countries started to burn the righteous indignation. They begin to receive the incitable nationalism and even begin to hate the people of the other country. I have to say, this is completely wrong. Why those two authoritarian communist regimes want to incite nationalist upsurge, and the Vietnamese and the Chinese communist governments only really cared about their own interests. Why do they care about this insignificant interests in South China Sea? Even a fool knows there is much more harm than good when a war is breaking between the two countries. Yet, those two governments are so determined, so enthusiastic, inciting nationalism, fanaticism. Obviously, there must be some great deal of interest whatsoever. This interest for both regimes is to maintain their trophy dictatorship in their own countries. As those authoritarian ideologies can no longer to continue its deception of their own people. Nationalism is that last straw they could draw out their heads to save their victorious lives as dictators by way to attract the support of the people in their own nation. Further, the general public is indeed very easy to be added to the opium poison of nationalism, thus become a tool of those dictatorships. Therefore, I hope all the dissidents in the opposition camps who are pursuing democracy and human rights and freedom do not follow the tide of this nationalism and do not support the political conspiracy of those communist governments. These who are in the opposition, who pursue democracy and freedom, must play the role of opposition. We must expose and crush the conspiracy of the authoritarian regimes. We must break down the barrier of nationalism and to unite together for the idea of democracy and freedom in between us. Only when we unite together and against the dictatorship, like before and forever, then the people in our country and as well as our nation, we can get rid of the disaster of the communist dictatorship. The value of democracy and freedom is much higher than the so-called nationalism for some small islands and the drums of petroleum oil. Which is, thank you very much. Please join me to welcome Dr. Đặng Hữu Hương, represent the community from Michigan. Please welcome.
I want to speak in Vietnamese, but I am so privileged Tôi là con xã Hùng Vương ở Phái Đoàn Michigan. Thưa quý vị, ai cũng biết rằng nhân quyền ở Việt Nam có hai loại nhân quyền: nhân quyền của người cai trị và người có quyền hành với học thống và quyền hành. 96% nhân quyền viết chuồn gọi là ôi vô lại. Vậy khác với cái gì? Khi có nhân quyền với học thống thì chỉ cái người được hưởng là cái nhân quyền đó thì họ có quyền được cuộc sống đầy đủ, họ sống trên cao người nghèo, họ muốn lấy đất đai họ muốn buôn bán về đất nước hiện khoai và tiền để làm gì họ xây nhà chưa đủ họ lấy tiền sang bên Mỹ và quyền công dân và cái quyền của họ mà cái quyền không phải là quyền sống ở quyền sống thôi, quyền ăn, quyền được sống cuộc sống đầy đủ, có những phương tiện như là giáo dục, về vấn đề y tế, và vấn đề gọi những quyền ta biết là quyền tự do, quyền ăn nói, quyền phát biểu ý kiến. Cái đó mỗi người có quyền thì họ có quyền sống về y tế, họ có nhà riêng của họ, nếu họ phải cần họ sẽ có một cuộc sống và con cái họ đi học ngoài quốc. Trong khi đó các bạn đã nhìn thấy đời sống Việt Nam đất đai thì cũng tạm được, nhà cửa bất được, con cái nhiều người đi là lô lệ, chứ hiện con trai là lô lệ, con gái bán vì đấy lại hạ được một cái và ta biết rằng thì đi thành bệnh nhân 30 người một giường và bệnh sởi chết là tăng nặng 100 người và ta thấy chết vì vaccine và cùng với hệ thống với số đó là người dân và chúng ta được làm thành rồi có điểm thành phố các sự kết nối và chưa kể rằng khi học trò vị trí giáo sư đó là việc hay là đi được mãi rộng vậy chúng ta phải làm gì? Chúng ta phải nhìn thấy rồi chúng ta biết rằng đây không phải là một cái nói hẹp của các bốn hai năm tư và để các họ biết rằng cái quyền họ được đi chơi đây đó, quyền được bán tiền để xuất ngoại quốc nhưng phải biết rằng là quyền đó không phải là vì họ được thôi, sao phải làm gì mà chúng tôi còn như là chúng ta nói là chúng tôi mơ ngày về thì chúng tôi một nó mơ Việt Nam Việt Nam mang tiền ra khỏi Việt Nam mang của cái Việt Nam và con cái của Việt Nam và tiền đó phải cũng mang ta không có họ cái mơ là phải quốc không có mơ tiếp tiền đó và chúng ta muốn mơ trở về quê hương quê của Việt Nam có quyền
Kính thưa quý vị, chúng tôi xin đọc lá thư của linh mục Nguyễn Văn Lợi gửi sang từ Việt Nam. Kính thưa toàn thể quý nghị sĩ Quốc hội Hoa Kỳ, những năm gần đây, do sự tố cáo và đòi hỏi của người Việt Nam trong lẫn ngoài nước, cũng như sự theo dõi và trói buộc các quốc gia dân chủ lẫn tổ chức nhân quyền, đặc biệt là chính phủ Hoa Kỳ, nhà cầm quyền Cộng sản Việt Nam đã liên tiếp thực hiện nhiều động thái rất ngoạn mục. Ngày 7 tháng 11 năm 2013, Việt Nam đăng ký tham gia Công ước Liên Hiệp Quốc chống tra tấn tiếp đến Hà Nội quyết định chọn ngày 9 tháng 11 hàng năm làm ngày pháp luật Việt Nam. Ngày 12 tháng 11, Việt Nam được ngồi vào ghế Hội đồng Nhân quyền Liên Hợp Quốc sau một cuộc vận động rất dễ dàng. Đến ngày 28 tháng 11 năm 2013, Quốc hội Việt Nam lại thông qua hiến pháp mới, trong đó dành nguyên cả chương 2 từ điều 14 đến điều 49 để nói về quyền công dân và quyền con người. Sang năm 2014, vào ngày 5 tháng 2 năm 2014 tại Geneva, Thụy Sĩ, nhân cuộc hiệp định định kỳ toàn cầu lần thứ 2, Phái đoàn Cộng sản từ Hà Nội đã đưa ra trước thế giới một hình ảnh rất hết sức tích cực và sáng đẹp trên lý thuyết lẫn thực tế về tình hình nhân quyền tại Việt Nam. Thời gian gần đây, Hà Nội đã thả một số tù nhân lương tâm nổi tiếng, cũng như để cho một số công dân được ra ngoài quốc trình bày về thực trạng các quyền tự do như tự do ngôn luận, tự do báo chí tại Việt Nam. Thế nhưng ai cũng nhận thấy đó chỉ là bình phong
để Hà Nội tiếp tục phá lấp những vi phạm nhân quyền ngày càng trầm trọng trên luật lệ lẫn trong hành xử. Bản hiến pháp Bình vừa được thông qua bởi các đại biểu trung thành với Đảng Cộng sản đã đè bẹp các quyền công dân và quyền con người dưới đủ thứ độc quyền và ưu quyền của Đảng, nên sẽ làm căn cứ pháp lý số 1 dễ dàng tiếp tục tung hoành độc đoán. Dù bị nhân dân và quốc tế phản đối, nhiều văn bản cấm cản tự do thông tin và tự do Internet như Nghị định 72 và 174 vẫn được duy trì nguyên vẹn. Nhiều điều khoản trong bộ luật hình sự ngăn chặn hay giới hạn các nhân quyền như điều 79, điều 88, điều 258 vẫn được áp dụng. Trong thực tế, các nông dân vẫn bị nhà nước tiếp tục cướp đoạt đất đai, ai chống lại thì bị đánh đập, giam cầm như tại Bắc Giang, Dương Nội. Các tín đồ vẫn bị nhà nước tiếp tục trấn áp niềm tin, chẳng hạn giáo hội Phật giáo Hoàn Hảo trong dịp kỷ niệm ngày vị giáo chủ của họ bị ám sát ngày 21 tháng 3 năm 2014. Nhiều thực dân ra vào tay công an đã bị tra tấn đến chết như Ngô Thanh Kiều, Đỗ Văn Bình ngày 14 tháng 4 năm 2014. Thế mà các nhân viên công an bị kiện vì tội sát nhân vẫn được bản án hết sức nhẹ nhàng. Các tổ chức dân sự độc lập vừa thành lập đều bị nhà nước tìm cách cấm cản, hăm dọa và kết án là vi phạm pháp luật, chẳng hạn hội cùng cựu tù nhân lương tâm. Nhiều blogger tiếp tục bị sách nhiễu, bắt bớ đưa ra tòa. Ví dụ gần đây là các nhà báo Trương Duy Nhất và Kim Đào Nguyễn Hữu Vinh. Tù trung bao lâu như có một nhà nước dân chủ đa nguyên đa đảng tại Việt Nam thì mọi vấn đề nhân quyền vẫn luôn còn đó, và mọi động thái có vẻ tôn trọng nhân quyền của Hà Nội đều chỉ là những toan tính mặc cả với quốc tế, không phú lợi về chính trị, ngoại giao, kinh tế cho Đảng Cộng sản độc tài toàn trị. Xin quý vị nghị sĩ Quốc hội Hoa Kỳ đừng bao giờ tin họ. Chân thành cảm ơn quý vị, nguyện cầu Thượng Đế chúc lành cho quý vị và cho Hoa Kỳ. Linh mục Phêrô Phan Văn Lợi Huế, Việt Nam, bị Phạm Phúc Lã Gia từ năm 2001.
It is my pleasure this afternoon to introduce to you Congressman Alan Wood, who represents my own state of California. He represents the 47th Congressional District, which includes the cities of Garden Grove and Westminster. He sits on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the House Committee on Natural Resources. Please join me in a warm welcome to Congressman Alan Lowenthal.
Thank you. My name is Congressman Alan Lowenthal. I'm very pleased to be here. Just over 1 week ago, I commemorated Black April and the fall of the Saigon Iran District in Guantanamo Bay. And this week, I'm proud to be back in Washington with you as we commemorate the 20th anniversary of the joint resolution proclaiming Vietnam human rights. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, I joined with Congressman Chris Smith as an original co-sponsor when we introduced the Vietnam Human Rights Act. Since then, my record of the human rights record of the government of Vietnam have only grown. I am encouraged, however, recently for the release of Nguyen Thi Truong. I am also a member of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and Nguyen Thi Truong was my prisoner of conscience who I adopted, and I am very pleased that he is However, Vietnam continues to arrest and to detain many other prisoners of conscience. Just this week, I wrote to the Prime Minister of Vietnam to release the pastor of Nguyen Con Chi allegations of abuse that's occurring in prison. This is at the same time that the government of Vietnam wants to expand access to both American markets and American products. I believe in growing our trade relationships around the world. I also believe that increased trade and economic growth should not come at the price of democracy and freedom. We cannot reward bad behavior. Vietnam wants to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They must substantially improve their record on human rights. I am proud to represent tens of thousands of Vietnamese Americans in my district as I represent the area of Little Saigon in Westminster and Garden Grove, California. And as a member of the House of Representatives Committee on Foreign Affairs, I've taken every opportunity that I can to pressure the government of Vietnam, to talk to the president about the government of Vietnam, that they must begin to respect the fundamental rights of their own citizens. We must, all of us together, continue to make our voices heard. We must tell the government of Vietnam that we will not tolerate their ongoing human rights abuse. We will not tolerate it. I would like to thank all of you for your continued work fighting for human rights in Vietnam and for allowing me to come visit you today. Thank you.
Our next speaker, representative from the Vietnamese community from Indiana. Please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Kim.
Tôi chỉ được 1 phút để nói, thành ra chắc không nói nhiều và chắc tôi nói tiếng Việt cho nó lẹ. Trước hết tôi cảm ơn ban tổ chức đã ngại ý cho tôi có chút thời giờ để lên bài hỏi về cảnh nhân quyền Việt Nam. Thì trước hết thì chúng ta phải cảm phục những cái tuổi trẻ ở bên Việt Nam bây giờ. Nó đã đứng lên, nó tranh đấu, nó chống lại Cộng cộng. Rằng muốn chiếm nước Việt Nam chúng ta mà nhà nước cộng sản không có làm, mà còn bắt bớ, còn đánh đập những tuổi trẻ yêu nước nữa. Như vậy thì chúng ta phải tranh đấu về nhân quyền như thế nào để không có những việc tập xảy ra. Và còn được hợp tác. Bây giờ mạng người Việt Nam như thế nào chưa quý vị? Công an cộng sản nó đánh đập người ta đến chết trực tiếp mà họ được cái gì? Cũng vì họ tranh đấu cho cái quyền độc lập tự do của người Việt Nam mà họ đã bị như vậy. Tôi hỏi rằng đảng Việt Nam có phải là của người Việt Nam hay là tay sai của Trung Quốc? Và đưa ra tôi xin tóm tắt lại, nếu chúng ta muốn tranh đấu nhân quyền cho Việt Nam, ta hãy nói như ông anh trẻ nước nào phải dùng lá phiếu của chúng ta, dùng tất cả sức mạnh chúng ta có cả ở đây để chúng ta đưa lên dân quyền của chúng ta ở địa phương để họ tranh đấu và chúng ta là một. Cái thứ hai, muốn tranh đấu chúng ta cũng có thể tranh đấu bằng con đường chính trị và xin cảm ơn.
Thank you for your attendance today and your continued support. Please join us now for a photo session. First, we would like to ask all the delegates from other areas, from out of the state and from outside, they come up here to have a session with organizing committee. So, xin kính mời quý vị ở xa, những quý vị đại diện các cộng đồng và các tiểu bang khác, các nước khác đã về đây trong ngày nhân quyền năm thứ 20. Xin kính mời quý vị lên đây để chụp hình lưu niệm. Dạ thưa bác sĩ Quân, nói chuyện mời dạ đất Indiana, Connecticut, Boston, Massachusetts.
Anh ơi, vô đi em, Đạt vô đi Đạt. Đường Vi. Hai vợ chồng anh Tuấn đâu ở Florida đâu.
Bác sĩ Quân nói đúng, chắc là phải chụp hình với quý vị của từng tiểu bang một. Nhưng mà rất vui vì sự hiện diện rất đông của quý vị ở xa về.
Phải có một hàng ghế ngồi cho các bà ngồi đó, xong rồi tôi đứng đằng sau thì mới đông được.
Anh Quân ơi, em lên được không? Em lên cạnh.
Mời chị Định đó rồi. Chị Đạt, mời các chị lên đây đi. Chị áo vàng, áo xanh. Mời chị Ngân, không lên đây. Chị Ngoanh, mời cô lên đây.
Sau khi quý vị đại diện ở các bang khác xa chụp xong thì chúng tôi xin được hân hạnh mời quý vị áo thẻ xanh trong gia đình trung ương, quý vị chân thành cảm ơn quý vị đại diện ở vùng ở xa. Xin mời quý vị trở về chỗ ngồi. Tôi xin mời quý vị
Bác gái đấy.
Đi bao nhầm vâng, nhanh đấy. Thấy phải không? Lúc tư không của đi lương số hòn của hiệp và đét thường. Cứ cho có đầu tư gì đi.
Bye bye anh nha.
Xếp rồi lùi ra rồi, lùi ra. Ok.
Ngồi vô.
Chưa.
Ai vô?
Xin mời phu nhân của bác sĩ Nguyễn Quốc Quân.
Anh ngồi đây. Ngồi sau. Đây. Đúng rồi.
Mời cảm nhân Ustream.
Man, well, your name, YouTube live.
Ủa sao lại có cái áo xanh
Xin chân thành cảm ơn quý vị trong phái đoàn các bà mẹ Việt Nam. Và xin mời quý vị trở về tổ.
Không ý kiến được. Cảm ơn, xin mời cảm ơn.
Xin cảm ơn quý vị trong Việt Nam và xin mời quý vị trong